Alrighty, guys. Good evening. Happy fucking Friday. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening so far, guys. Tonight is going to be another wonderful night of Overwatch 2. Hope you guys are having a good evening, though. Good start to your weekend. Oh, yeah. Good. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Got some coffee brewing here, guys. In one second, hope you guys are having a wonderful evening, though. Yesterday, played some Overwatch, kind of making no headway, and then it seems like we made a big bunch of headway, and we had maybe like 4 really good games at the end of yesterday. Whether or not that holds true for today, or basically for the week or something, at least a week. I think the longest we've played Overwatch where it felt good was 2 days. So, yeah. Maybe making headroom, maybe not. I don't know. Seems like I'm oftentimes just spinning my wheels sitting here, guys, and just keep trying the do's, keep just trying different things and see what happens. Yesterday we also tried What the Fuck Fast. That made zero difference. Actually made things slightly worse, so obviously, as you would expect on a fiber connection, when I'm literally right next to the server, it didn't do anything meaningful. Yeah, that'll happen. I'm starting to think that the problem is not my computer, it lies between me and the internet. So I think it's my router or a cable. And I did say I was going to try a different cable today, and I didn't do that. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I mean, I could do that. We could still do that tonight. We're going to see how things go first before I go muddling and fiddling with things to see if, like, yesterday still maintains into today. Sometimes it just, like, I stop playing games and then it'll just change overnight. But, yeah, I don't know, guys. Good. We're going to see where things go here tonight, though. See what's happening. Hey, look, there that is. Bye. It's gone. Oh, look at all the free space I freed up on my desktop by deleting that one icon, guys. Isn't that amazing? I have so much free space now. What do we got going on here tonight, guys? Megan. I don't actually plan on watching Megan. It's kind of cool because she has like a CG face, but it's like a real actor with a CG face. It's actually really cool. Or a animatronic face. I don't remember which one it is. Unlimited energy. Okay. Look at all the e-girls on my reels that I don't watch, the shorts I don't watch. Invincible Season 2. I think the only downside of Invincible was the animation quality is garbage. The only thing that really big criticism I have, I think the only and real big criticism I have towards Invincible was Western animation isn't nearly as good as Eastern animation. It really deserved some visual beautifuls, some beautiful visuals. Well, it very rarely, occasionally tries to show us that Western animation looks good. At the end of the day, the animators from The Simpsons could have done the same thing. Western animation, for some reason, has been trapped in the 80s, and it seems like everyone tries to make another show that looks like Transformers while at the same time not attempting to push the craft forward. For better or worse, Eastern animation has definitely changed in the last 20 or so years, let alone 30. It's not even close anymore. Shows like Arcane, even though they are cartoonish, still hail more from Eastern animation than Western, and it really shows. Yeah, no, the animation in Invincible really sucks dick. Oh my god, guys, depth of field. Wow, depth of field. And then everything literally looks like it's just line drawn. Zero character. Zero character to the character. As far as detail goes, yeah, zero character. Yeah, it, like, fucking wobbly eyes. What the fuck is this shit? Like, this, they don't even attempt to animate the hair or make it look good. It, like, literally looks like The Simpsons. And there are a couple spots in Invincible in the first series where things looked pretty good, but most of it didn't. And it honestly really, really shows. Team, if that's the case. You can really tell Amazon started pumping money into this fantastic show. How? Because the camera moves like this? That's like putting post-processing on a game. I think the story is fantastic, guys, and I think it's pretty fucking good. The animation style is fucking atrocious. The animation is absolutely atrocious for Invincible, as is most Western animation. If you want to take it seriously, it works fine for a sitcom like Family Guy, Simpsons, American Dad, you know, whatever, Futurama. But when it comes to actually making a serious show that you want to take seriously, Western animation is fucking terrible. We're back, guys. Get in my coffee. Like, I'm not even talking like they have to spend a shitload of money on it, but like there's some anime where you can watch it and like putting aside the plot and how shitty it might be, like One Punch Man, right, for instance, where they just put so much effort into the animation style, it really doesn't even matter what you're watching because it looks so fucking good. There's some animes that literally are like fucking moving artwork because it looks so good, like it's animated very fluidly, and at the same time there is incredible amounts of detail that are put into it. This is none of it. This is absolutely none of it. And I think the one thing, it's like they threw the budget of Simpsons for animation. His fucking eyeball is sticking out of his brain right now, by the way. They put the animation budget for something like Simpsons into something that is a really good story. And no. Yeah, see? See right here? See his eyeball sticking out of his brain? Yeah, I guess maybe that's intentional, but these aren't glasses. These aren't supposed to do that. These aren't glasses. Yeah, like the most basic level, you can literally just look at the animation here and see it's just... Yeah, like I just stopped on a random frame, by the way. I didn't even mean to go here. It's not good. The show itself, like the characters, the story is pretty good, but The animation, no. Someone trying to scam me, good. Okay. Velma hates you, it's true. But we're all trained to like a female black character, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. Yeah. Is it really that bad? Oh, yeah. Just go to the opposite side there, and she probably actually really does think it's good. Cobra Kai. Yes, please.
We've been fighting.
Some of the best martial arts I've seen as far as acting goes in a series was in season 4 of Cobra Kai. Not joking. The kid actors, the old adults, not so much. The kid actors literally put in some fucking time, and it really shows. The martial arts tournament in season 4 was phenomenal. Mainly the men fighting, not the chicks. The chicks were kind of they tried to play with the camera to make it look better, but the men fighting, that was pretty fucking fantastic. That was great.
So long. Against each other. With each other. It's hard to keep track.
The training, the tournaments, the rivalries,
Boobies.
the lessons. It hasn't always been smooth.
Apparently all the actors grew up. Surprise.
But after all this time, we've built something. Together. To be proud of.
So let me ask you. Do you have one more fight left in you?
Nope. Says it. It has to be. It says biggest and baddest. It has to be. Oh. I guess they're ending things. Not that they really need to. I mean, that was basically a joke series to begin with, so. That's not a bad thing. I didn't expect it to actually turn into anything meaningful, and then it ended up doing it, so. That's win-win. When your expectations are so low it can't fail, and then it actually surprises you. September 9th. Nope. Oh, they fucking changed how Wikipedia looks. This is, oh my god, they got rid of lines. I fucking hate, like, Wikipedia is like one of the last bastions of what looks really good as far as web development goes, and then they're like, hey, let's remove all the lines. That's modern, right? Look at this. Cobra Kai episodes. Check this out, guys. Hey, look, guys, we removed the lines. Can you go back to the old look? If it's modularized, you can 100% just switch back to the old look. Maybe someone made an add-on. Probably will make an add-on for it. How to get the old Wikipedia layout back. Sign in. Have an account. Yeah, nope. This is not what I want to be part of. Yeah, I don't have an account. They have a CAPTCHA with 5 different letters. Excuse me, 10 different letters on it. Yeah. Why did you create your account today? Other. High episodes. Preferences. Vector Legacy. Hey, Wing. Good evening, dude. Hey! That's what we want to see, guys. Pretty sure I had an account at one point, and I think they just deleted it. Like years ago. We're talking maybe 10 years ago. I definitely remember signing up to edit an article, and then realized that people just constantly edit your article, and I stopped participating in Wikipedia. Because it wasn't worth my time babysitting stuff. So. Maybe they did this just to get you to make a new account. They did this to make people create accounts in Wikipedia. Protocol error. What? Much better. Thank you for forcing me to register for an account so you can track my cookies. Wikipedia, I appreciate it. Uh-huh. Yep. Interesting. Well, looking forward to that. That's a good watch, even if it's not super amazing. Cobra Kai's all right. Velma hates you. Especially if you're a white male. Don't say that. No one hates white men. Yeah, okay. No, we aren't going to look at this. High-end GPU market sucks. Yep. I'm actually like, what's seriously considering spending $1,600 on a video card, which obviously I can't do right now, but yeah. Let's take a look at this.
You know, every once in a while, a movie comes along that really catches you by surprise, delivering a viewing experience that's way smarter, slicker, and better realised than it has any right to be. And I think that Megan, or I'm supposed to call it Mithrigan, is a perfect example of this. I mean, let's be real here, January isn't exactly known as a fertile environment for quality movie making. It's the kind of month where movie studios half-heartedly fart out the least promising projects on their annual slate, usually with almost no marketing
After
budget,
crappy
and just
Christmas
hoping
movies.
against hope that one of them might catch on. And at first glance, Megan seems like exactly the kind of candidate for the January dumping ground. A low-budget sci-fi horror movie that reads like a cross between Chucky and I, Robot, starring a cast of mostly unknowns, and released about 3 months late for the Halloween horror season. And yet, just like its main character, it turned out to be a smart, well-constructed little horror with flashes of satirical humour that were enough to make even a cynical asshole like me smile. And at the end of its lean and mean runtime, I came out of the movie theatre thinking, yeah, that was alright actually. The movie centres around a young girl named Katie who loses her parents in a freak car accident. With no other family left to take her in, she's sent to live with her Aunt Gemma, a workaholic robotics engineer who specialises in developing artificially intelligent toys for kids. The new living situation doesn't go very well at first. Gemma doesn't know how to look after kids or really interact with other humans, to be honest. I love how her only real reaction to the news of her sister's death is a 5-second scene where she looks at a picture of her with a vaguely sad expression on her face. Anyway, things take a turn for the better when Gemma finally completes her latest project, Megan, an artificially intelligent life-size doll designed to be the perfect friend to whoever she's paired with. Straight away, she helps bring Katie out of her grief and loneliness, and when Gemma's superiors see Megan in action, they quickly realise the enormous sales potential and decide to make it their flagship product. Great stuff indeed, but all is not well in the world of Megan. The more time she spends with Katie, the more Megan begins acting outside of her programming, saying things that she's not supposed to, turning herself on and off at will, and even taking action into her own hands when she thinks something might be threatening her mission. It's the well-worn trope of the artificially intelligent machine grown beyond the control of its creators, slowly turning from a benign companion into a brutal killer. The difference in this case is that it's all housed inside the physical body of a 10-year-old girl. Making an effective satire of the horror genre involves walking a real tightrope because it's very easy to lean a little too far in either direction and lose your audience. Make the satirical elements too subtle and they might just pass people by, leaving them with nothing but the vague sense that they watched something a bit off. On the other hand, if you make the humour too obvious or the situations too ridiculous, then it crosses the line from satire into straight up goofy comedy, robbing the horror elements of their impact. But to its credit, I think Megan pitches itself just right. The main players are grounded enough that you can get invested in what's happening to them, but the script is able to play with all the tropes and cliches of the genre so that you know you're never meant to take it too seriously. Like the ridiculously incompetent police detectives who fail to see the obvious link between a series of murders and disappearances, or the greedy executive willing to roll out a potentially murderous product rather than lose face with his superiors. Nice little reference to The Shining there, by the way. And it's all helped by the amazing production design on Megan herself. Everything about her, from the creepy smile to the too perfect movements and the flawless blonde wig, puts her right in the uncanny valley that people find so uncomfortable, taking something familiar and distorting it just a little so that it's no longer quite right. She's a brilliantly expressive mix of CGI and animatronics, designed to mimic human behaviour, but in that disturbing, artificial way, when you know that what you're seeing isn't a real person, and yet you feel like it almost could be. James Wan's obviously no stranger to the horror satire film, and I think the obvious movie to compare this to would be *Malignant*. But the thing is, I think overall Megan's a stronger and more confident kind of movie that comes across as more polished, more subtle, and more intelligent than his previous effort. Because like any good satire, it actually manages to make some interesting points about bigger topics. I mean, the most obvious one about the dangers of artificial intelligence evolving beyond its original function is probably the least interesting here, but it's also the one that gets mocked the most in the course of the story. A more serious movie would have portrayed Megan as a kind of tragic Frankenstein's monster of a character, genuinely believing that she was just doing what she was programmed to do, but in this case, they just said, fuck it, we'll make her straight up evil by the end because it's funny. That being said, there's also more subtle and interesting stuff woven into the story, like our increasing reliance on technology to keep our children amused and distracted, and how greedy companies are all too eager to play on the angst and guilt of the stressed, tired, overworked parents who don't have time to actually be with their kids. It's the capitalism paradox taken to its logical conclusion, people working themselves to death in jobs they hate so they can buy massively expensive solutions to problems that only exist because they're working so much in the first place. Damn, this is like Inception levels of satirical observation now. And it's kind of interesting to watch the effect all of this has on Katie as the movie progresses. The way Megan seems at first to be a silver bullet solution to her grief and isolation, only to slowly evolve into a kind of drug that she grows increasingly dependent on. Just like a kid forced off their Xbox after hours of staring at a screen will turn into a total asshole as they come down from that sweet dopamine hit, so Katie becomes more and more distracted, unpredictable, and even violent whenever she's separated from Megan. Because let's be honest, who would want to waste their time trying to form difficult and unpredictable relationships with other humans who all have their own unique wants and drives and interests that have to be taken into account,
Pretty
when
much.
you can just spend your days with literally the perfect companion who always says the right thing, always agrees and supports you, is infinitely patient and happy to do whatever you want. The movie might present this question in the form of a childhood friend, but really, you could probably apply the same question just as easily to lonely adults. Like I say, it's a surprisingly smart movie that makes its points effectively and often subtly, encouraging you to think more about something that you probably took for granted. And I guess that's my big takeaway from Megan. It's a film that does a surprising amount with its fairly simple premise, exploring ideas that are more relevant to modern culture than most people would care to admit, and doing it all with a wicked sense of tongue-in-cheek humour that never quite outstays its welcome. And as far as I'm concerned, that's a massive fucking win over most movies these days. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
What? They didn't attempt to take down the patriarchy? No way. No way. An actual movie that just tells a story. Yeah, crazy. Instead of politics. Oh, there was satire in there, as you mentioned. Less identity politics. More things that most people can relate to. Good, good, good. Greatest horror in the movie was right from the opening scene. I can't imagine anything more terrifying than parents offloading their duties to an app. Yep. What time is it? Maybe we'll take a look at the Travel Geek here. Lovely. Not really interested in watching Gamer Nexus's documentary. Reaction to pitch meeting. Okay. Hardware unboxed clips. I think they understand clips. Clips are supposed to be like 30 seconds. Like TikTok shit? 30 seconds, I think a minute maybe? I think they're, I don't know what the length is, the limit. It's Pooh Guy. Making a new pool. See. Okay. I think we'll take a look at a pool. Travel Geek here. Not a pool guy. Family Guy is an 80s live-action family sitcom. Dear God, that poor guy. Walking heart disease, guys. Okay. The nuances, sure. Troll Geek. You got going on tonight? Bullet Train? Oh my god. Tiny capsule bed. Trying bunk beds on Japan's brand new sleeper train. So technically, like on Amtrak, you can get a cabin and like share it with someone, I think. So you can get a dual cabin with 2 people in a very like private area, only you don't know the other person. Pretty weird. Of course, you can just rent the whole thing out yourself. Superb. 2.1 million views. Oh my god, I guess we gotta watch it. Coupling Bullet Train. Yep. What is 300 kilometers an hour? 187 miles per hour. Under 86 miles per hour. Ooh. Make an even more content by staying at a hotel in the city that he arrives in. Oh my god. He's a thinker, guys. There's no way if you look at that package as someone that only speaks English that you would know that's breakfast. That doesn't actually look that bad. That just looks like a train station in most places I've been to. Train and or airport. Right, Shinkansen. Oh. Aerodynamics at work, guys.
ご乗車ありがとうございました。終点の東京です。
写真撮影の際、またはご乗車の
$100 basically go. I guess it's like a state.
22番線の電車は動画閉まります。4放送多重型番号写真
ご見学、写真撮影の際、
了解行きです。自由席は1号車から3号車、また前より12号車から。
Oh, window seat. Oh, no. What about the window seat? Oh, God. Yeah. You missed out on the windows, guys. Oh, he found one. Oh, my God. In a 3-row, too. I mean, that's generally the way airplanes work, so it's not just Japan. If you're in Europe, if you take like the residential, I don't even know, residential train, just like the commuter trains, just the normal commuter trains, there's a decent amount of room on them. You just ride around countries. Only for window seats. Oh. Like he had a choice. I guess he could have got a reserve seat. Only 90? No. Ah! Tasty. Yeah, there's no way that you know that's a breakfast sandwich by looking at the container. Oh, with a handy wipe. Good gas station food, guys. Mm-hmm. So 20 miles per hour slower, which isn't really that big of a deal. I guess some people don't like sitting or they don't want to get cramped into a 3-pack. Makes a lot of sense. with a wheelchair bathroom. I've never saw these in the US, guys, until I went to Europe. At the zoo. True story. Japanese landscape. Lots of houses in the middle of nowhere. Reminds me a lot of California. California, incredibly green when I was over there. Basically due to the geographic location, nothing to do with the fact that it's a state. Very, like, west of the Rockies, very, very green. Super green. Train's gonna leave you. Kind of surprised they don't have a dining cart on it, or a vending cart even in Japan, right? Yeah, no food service. Do you even need a food service? You literally just need a cart with vending machines on it. When I was traveling on Amtrak, they actually have a dining cart where they actually serve dining, but you couldn't buy it unless you got the sleeper car. For whatever reason, I'm not exactly sure why. But the restaurant wasn't open to anything other than the sleeper cars. But they have a cafe in the under section of that same cart. That's pretty fantastic. If you're next to a train that's like speeding by super fast, pretty good. Riding a train's an experience. In the US, I would never ride a train unless it's a commuter. I would never ride a train if I want to go somewhere in a meaningful amount of time. You have to factor it into your vacation because Amtrak has a lot of delays in the US. But yeah, anyways, on the train cart, there's a cafe cart, but basically it's vending machine food. They could literally just, there's a person down there too. They could have just replaced it with the vending machine. Or a couple vending machines, excuse me. And considering some of the vending machines in Japan like sell like hot food, all they need was someone to stack it. Yeah, and you have to consider that there will be delays, and you have to be all right with the fact that there will be delays. So make sure you factor it into your vacation that you could be delayed up to 12 or maybe a whole day, 12 hours or a whole day. It doesn't always happen. We had it happen, and at one point, our leg of the train couldn't function because of, I believe it was a snow avalanche. It was a couple years ago. It was during a snow avalanche. It took out parts of the tracks, a mudslide I think it was, took out parts of the tracks, and basically just part of the service just disappeared, and you had to find your own way to get to the legs that were still functioning, the leg that was still functioning, like it was missing part of the leg, which basically resulted in us renting a rent-a-car to get from point A to point B, which is like 2 hours away, by the way. It wasn't a small amount. It was pretty insane. Yeah. Stole the blue blanket. You know, those I'm sure they factor in. I'm sure they factor that into people staying there, like the amount of blankets that are missing compared to what they have. So, the only thing I didn't like about fucking Amtrak is a lot of their trains, guys, are old at this point. They're very old. Their cars are from like the 60s and 70s, and they're just trying to keep things going. Like we talked about a couple times over the last couple years. They got like that giant infrastructure stimulus bill in the U.S. Like part of it was put towards Amtrak, and like the Congress wanted them to build a high-speed rail, and they're like, yeah, no, we're just going to try and fix our cars that we currently have. Because if you go on one, you'll notice they try to keep them up, but you'll notice that the cars are 100% from the 80s, 70s, 80s. They've been around a while. The seats are fucking hard as shit, though, and I occasionally get edema on my feet, which mean my feet swell, which could be due to genetics. Anyways, generally due to poor circulation in my feet. Genetics, diabetes, something's going on there. And whenever I travel on Amtrak and I sleep on, because if you go overnight, you have to sleep in the chairs, right? If you sleep overnight, I've ended up with my feet swelling basically every time I've done it. I don't know why. It's a couple times I've taken off my socks and stuff, and I thought maybe that was doing it, or just leaving them on. I'm still trying to figure it out, but I don't take Amtrak all the time. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just saying that it's dated, right? I'm just stating a fact at this point. I'm not trying to shit on Amtrak. They're doing just like NASA, they're doing what they can with the money they have. And people, like, want a high-speed rail, and oh my god, high-speed rail. The U.S. can do it, right? Because we're a fucking first world country. And you're like, yeah, nah, that's not the way it works. Like, we neglected high-speed rail and basically public transportation on, like, a national level for decades at this point. It's not something where we can just will it out of nothingness without a shitload of money. And I think we only have one high-speed rail that's being built right now, which is in California, which plenty of people are constantly criticizing. But you travel to Europe. I haven't been to Asia yet, but you travel to Europe, and high-speed rail, or just really fast rail, is pretty much everywhere. Then I don't know if they even have high-speed rail in Europe. I think they do somewhere. But like, just traveling, if you've ever been to Europe, and you don't need to own a car to get where you need to go. You can just take a train, and you'll get there. But that being said, obviously the density is much higher. But that's also a reason that the U.S. should have high-speed rail as an alternative to. They give you fucking every way. They give you every which way if you are disabled to try and make your doo-doo. As that goes right there, guys. That is accessible. All they need in there is a lift, I think. There might even be a lift in there just looking at this to try and get you to the doo-doo machine so no one needs to help you. Pretty impressive. But yeah, in Europe, you just hop on the train. You can go wherever you want. It's like imagine having an airport at your disposal whenever you want. That's basically what the train system is in Europe. Is just imagine being able to go and get a flight whenever you want. Obviously, it's not as fast, but the convenience is there because you can drink. I'm pretty much sure everywhere in Europe is open bottle. Actually, it might not be. Most of the countries that we visit are open bottle, though, which means you can have open liquid, open like alcohol on you, and just drink it on the train. It's not uncommon to see people after work just drinking beers on the train because they can. And it's not like the U.S. where it's looked down upon when you drink in like in a public place, right? When you're drinking a beer in a public place, you look like a hillbilly around here, or you're like trailer trash. In Europe, when you do that, it's just normal. Imagine grown adults having a alcoholic beverage when they just want to, right? That stems from the U.S. being very Puritan, obviously stemming from religion, very Puritan compared to other parts of the world. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is crazy. I mean, we supplement that with air time, and like flying is it's a lot less convenient. I've flown, but flying in the U.S. is a lot less convenient than it is taking the train. Taking the train in Europe is literally like getting on a bus or getting on public transportation in the U.S. If you want to go across town, you can just go across the country just by getting on a train. Just as long as you have the pass, you just hop on the train, you're good to go. Yeah, the U.S. is pretty crazy, and obviously we pay for it in terms of emissions too. Putting aside the environmental impact, which even putting that aside, just convenience. If you've been on the public transportation in Europe, it's pretty good. So, yeah, you have to go across I think there's a middle one too. It's either the northern corridor, the central corridor, or the southern corridor. I've went over all of them actually. I haven't been down the west or the east coast yet though. Apps. Yeah, here you go. So there's a major one that comes through here. Been on this guy, I went down here, went across here. Over to here. I've not been on this one. I've been down this one to go down here to New Orleans, like last year, I believe it was, or maybe 2 years ago. On this guy, I think it was last year. Last year, IE 221 or 222. No, 221. 2021. So went down here, did this guy, and then I also did this guy to go over to here. Right to here, and then went back. Also, what took this guy? That was years ago to go to Denver. Took this leg too. Haven't been down here. I haven't been on this guy, and I haven't been on any of these over here on the side. Enhanced services. Oh my god, they're enhanced. Suspended. But I mean, considering the size of the country, guys, this is not what our railroad map should look like. And the only place that's really decently populated is like over here on the East Coast. This might look like a lot of tracks, it's not. And considering what it was in the past, this also wasn't. Because we've actually had a decline in train service in the US. If you didn't know that, our train service used to be a lot more robust in the US than it used to be prior to basically everyone owning a car. And I'm not talking about like the 1920s, but just in general, it was very robust up until like the 70s, I think, or so. Is when things started going downhill. Oh, we've been good. I've been pretty good. How's life for you? Yeah. This was when I got there's a train pass in which I think you could ride any legs in the U.S. for, um, it was something really fucking cheap. It's like $300, and you could basically ride. I could literally take the pass and go all the way around the U.S. for $300 and then some. It was based on two different destinations. You could round trip, but based on two different destinations multiple times. It was a really, really good deal. And segments, 10 segments, 30 days. Yeah, it was like $300 instead of 500. Me, I think it was even cheaper. I think it was 250. This is back during COVID when after COVID would happened, and just like flights were insanely cheap. This was really, really cheap too. 2021. But basically, each segment, I believe, this allows you to go from basically here to here in 2 or 4 segments, I think. So you can go to here in 4 segments. Coach is like a bus, but it's still not bad. Yeah, I was talking with my brother about that. And I'm pretty sure you can reserve seats. So, like, you could potentially get 2 train passes and basically buy 2 seats, and then you wouldn't have anyone sitting by you. And it's much more comfortable if you have 2 seats to basically just lay across. And you can do it until basically the train's full, and then you have to basically sit in your allotted train seat. So it is. Yeah, I've done the sleeper cars before with my brother, and depending on when you go, and depending that sometimes the sleeper cars will get cheaper too if they aren't full. So you can actually get a sleeper car and like upgrade to it for really cheap. And coach is like a bus. I'd say it's much more roomy than a bus. If you've ever been on a Greyhound, or even a flight, there's a lot more legroom on the train cars than there is in a normal flight. So the one thing I didn't like is when we went down south here to New Orleans, there was a part here where we had a bunch of really rowdy kids. Like their parents put them on the Amtrak to get them from point A to point B. Oh, it was like a fucking field trip or something. God, they were obnoxious. Absolutely obnoxious. A train conductor got him to pipe down after I think someone must have made complaints to him. A bunch of black chicks who were very, 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 very loud. And basically, it's essentially a social environment where you have to share space, right? Imagine having a crying baby on an airplane, only it's a kid. And they aren't crying, they're just extremely loud and obnoxious. Holy fuck. It was bad. It was horrid. But that was only like one night, and I think the train conductor, I didn't make a complaint, but someone did. They were really, really loud. But other than that, I never really had a bad experience. One part of this, when we went down to Memphis here, there's a bunch of Mennonites on our train. Yeah, just it was fucking weird. It's something between Chicago and Memphis, or maybe it was over here. There was a boatload of Mennonites on our train. Yeah, just out of nowhere. And by the way, it's not like they make a bunch of loud noises or anything, but it's just weird having a train car full of Mennonites just out of nowhere, and you're just like, like the only two people that aren't Mennonites. Just riding with my brother. But yeah, I wouldn't Amtrak coach I would not say is equivalent of bus or definitely not an airplane. There's a lot more space. Both in terms of legroom and left and right too, width. I hope they don't turn it into a bus. That'd be fucking horrible. A lot of leg space. Like the weird thing about like my legs with the edema is it had nothing to do with the leg space either. Like there's plenty of leg space. I was getting up and walking too. It was fucking. I still don't know what I was doing. I think it's because the seats were so hard. But they have to because the seats have to last, right? So. Ah! Oh, red? Bug splatters, yes. Mmm. He had to run close to a mile? No way. Akita! Another video. No problem. Thanks for filming this video. Mm-hmm. Good stuff. I like his videos. Doesn't talk at all in them, but actually has decent subtitles. Which obviously I'm pretty sure he does because, people might not like the dialect or the accent or whatever. Good stuff. Yeah. Did you actually have the diner car? Oh, yeah. When did you go? So a couple things is after COVID, the dining experience got a lot worse. Being trimmed. The dining experience got a lot worse after COVID, unfortunately, and it became more like meals. I mean, prior to COVID, like they actually have cooks on the train that made food, and it wasn't really horrible. After COVID, it got a little bit more almost airport foodish, but it wasn't as bad as that. And even then, I wouldn't even say it's like airport food, like or gas station food. I wouldn't qualify it as that. And they have a couple things you can pick. Not like a huge selection. It's not like a 4-star restaurant or something, Michelin star restaurant. They'd do all right for what they're doing. Like I said, it's part of your vacation. And the upside to it is obviously going to the, what do they call it? Not the conveyor car. Basically the car where you can sit there and look out the windows. That's actually pretty sweet. Because you can basically do work and have a giant fucking open view of the landscape while you're on a train going from point A to point B. That's actually the best part of taking a train, is going to the observation car. There you go. Going to the observation car and looking at that. I didn't see an observation car here, but that's also something I don't think I saw in Europe too. So it's basically wasting a full-size car to people just being able to watch the landscape. So. All right, let's take a look at the Overwatches. Yeah, 5 observation car, yep. It's like a Waffle House. I wouldn't say it's a cheap diner either. I'd say a diner food. I guess it depends on what you consider a cheap diner to be. Like, cheap diner for some people is, you know, not a 4-star Michelin restaurant. This character has some of the best skins in the game. Oh my god. Don't care. I do like... Oh my god. NSFW? Oh. Yeah. Ash has a little bit of a booty. I think she fits that. Zeke checks the boxes, guys. Good for her. Like, Ash is like the most generic white girl that can be cosplayed in Overwatch. Yeah. I think the food service was also better when we went to... I went to Salt Lake City. It doesn't connect up with Salt Lake City, but you take the train to a city that's like an hour north of Salt Lake... Or not Salt Lake City. Lake Tahoe. I think it depends on the leg will determine the kind of food that they serve too. I think I remember hearing that. Like if it's a long leg, they'll have better cooks on it. It also depends on who's willing to basically ride on it. If you imagine, guys, like if you are the service on a train, basically you live on the train. It's like being a flight attendant, right? You're basically going from point A to point B and never really staying anywhere. Executive producer Jared Noose on Overwatch 2's rank system changes are coming in. We're sharing details on the blog very soon. We aren't planning to revert to an Overwatch 1 model. The new system has good goals, but the implementation needs work. Well, why couldn't they taken the old system and made work on that? Okay. I love when people just go back to there's a lot of moving parts. I love this excuse. When a coder tells you that there's a lot of moving parts, it is the most generic excuse in the world to say something's complicated, and therefore you shouldn't look down on it. There's a lot of moving parts, guys. There's a lot of moving parts to my stream. They have 7 wins, 20 loss system is there in place. It's not like you aren't getting MR in the background. It's there to prevent people from getting angry at the game for constantly going up and down. It prevents anxiety and angst for playing comp. It also obfuscates the system, so it makes it more difficult for people to figure out what's actually happening in the background besides just wins and losses. I don't care if it's not exactly the same as Overwatch 1, but there needs to be some sort of feedback on your performance after each game. It's infuriating being kept in the dark until you get the 7 wins benchmark. I'm sure that's one of the parts they're not changing yet. No shit. After my first wave of placements, I won 7 games in a row, and I didn't think I was doing particularly great, and I jumped from Silver 5 to Gold 2. Started Season 2, I placed Bronze 1. Rank system makes no sense at all. Yeah, I don't think that's changing, and I don't actually have a problem with them only revealing your rank change after 7 wins or 20 losses. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. And the reason for that is because I think it prevents a lot of unnecessary angst and obsession of rank, but at the same time also makes it so people can't manipulate a weighted system. $6,800 XT, $6,900 XT is not going to die. No shit. Have a good night, dude. Enjoy your evening, your Good Friday night. Bye. This is a post that is old as time itself, by the way, or a discussion. HPET has been a discussion since old as time itself, and it pops up over and over and over again because it doesn't have a single answer for it, because it's helped some people out, and they'll vouch for it because it has made a difference. But it doesn't do that for everyone. In other cases, it makes things worse. Some people actually find it's better when it's on. Latency improvements don't always show up as an FPS number or DPC number. DPC is like your inner system latency and not necessarily what your game's doing. He has the condom. He has the rising condom. Good for him. It's a good idea to use protection. Uh-huh. Something about pig, don't care. Wrong Velma, she's not black. Please help, I'm unironically addicted to Shadowborn since I first tried it, and now I feel it's necessary for every single killer I play. That's why I never touched Shadowborn. I actually used Shadowborn for a while, and then I took it off because it was just ruining the fact that I needed a perk slot. Okay. Oh, where are we going, guys? Let's find out. Let's do some Overwatch 2s tonight, guys. See what's happening here. See if auto-magically my games are pretty good. We will find out tonight. My sound. I just changed my sound, right? Alrighty. Yesterday we tested out not HPIT. Yesterday we tested out. Oh, Jesus Christ. What the fuck, fast? It made no changes. Which makes me think that there's a problem with my router. I think my router just isn't good enough, which is funny because I log into it and it's basically showing almost no traffic on it, so yeah. I'm going to go wash my coffee cup out, guys, and grab a soda. I will be right back. Alrighty. Let's see what kind of games we get tonight, guys. Put in a couple games here just to see what's going on before changing things. Oh, fuck.
from above. Into the air. Elimination innocent.
Alrighty. Ah! Are we gonna get a cheating widow? Yeah, buddy. On attack. Can't wait. Did I get a cheating widow sitting on top of the water tower? Is that a neck beard? No, it's called a chin strap beard. Doesn't go on my neck. It's on my chin. Sounds like you're having a lovely night as well, Slane.
Strike from above. No one's a natural. We all have to put in the work. That's 3 hits. 4 hits confirmed. That's a streak.
We will be the lightning that rises the storm.
Got dust stuck in my teeth.
Notice how it doesn't go on my chin or my neck at all? Yeah.
Concussive out. I need help.
That was fucking weird. We just got headshot around the corner by this guy.
The skies await. Taking off.
Again. Also very accurate McCree. Looks like he misses. But not because he's not shooting at you, but because it doesn't register.
Stay down.
But
Aerial positioning underway.
and aimbot grenade. Think your McCree friend is cheating.
Let's show him some air power.
See though. Well, it looks like he has hit registers. He wasn't shooting hog at all.
Making another approach.
Like, it looked like his aim wasn't locked down to him, so he's just shooting there. Like, wasn't even shooting near him. Good.
Taking off.
Help here. Thanks.
Timing.
Over there. Over here. Over there.
He misses a shitload of shots, but it seems like those are hit rate issues. Trying to get him off. There we go. Anna doesn't miss on the other hand. At all. Good for her. Good.
System repair. Over there. I'm here. Over here.
Good.
Bring me my match back. Got the payload. Move with me.
He fucking
Increasing altitude. Enemy here.
I fully expected an aimbot grenade in like half a set. There it is. Thank God. I just got between the Genji and the Fat Hog. I didn't. He's on the other side of me. Good.
Always more to learn. Stand up straight.
Wait, spawn doesn't cleanse off your, purple? That's fucking weird. Clown should, like, spawn should just be, like, insta-heal no matter what.
Dispersing.
I don't think I got that on the right side of him. Not fucking miss.
The skies await.
Which actually, it's a pretty big miracle. He literally just doesn't shoot at me all the time. Not fucking miss. Anna, that is, by the way. Not the Doomfist. Tanks are usually, in this game, are pretty stupid. They usually don't realize that anyone's even participating with them. So. Okay.
They outnumber us. Keep it tight.
Back to spawn and wait.
Taking off. I will not waste this opportunity. Thank you. Let me keep guide you.
As a headshot? Like I said, I'm pretty sure the McCree is cheating. He has just absolutely horrid hit reg. For some reason. Like, it looks like his shots are on, they just don't do damage. Like, at all. Fucking weird. I mean, he does have 24 limbs, too. Like, it looks like every single one of his misses, almost every single one of his misses, are just hit reg issues. Yeah, I'm very certain this guy's cheating. I think the Anna's cheating too. What do you want from me, Mercy? See if we can find the Anna.
Excellent teamwork. Heroes never die. I will not waste this.
I stopped paying attention to the McCree. I don't... Oh my god, he got his aimbot grenade on me. How the fuck did he get his aimbot grenade on me from that far away, guys? Look at this. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Holy fuck. And C9. So the McCree is cheating. Also pretty sure the Anna's cheating. Yeah. Okay. So it's the guy with the random numbers in his name. Surprise.
And they say sugar is
Okay. And then the Anna.
Arriving at Conceal.
Next game.
Strike from above.
Let's go, let's go! So, here's the plan. Do what I do, listen to what I say, and don't screw this up! Nice to see ya! 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
Establishing aerial position.
Not fucking this. Guy from last game? No. Here's the Widow. Okay.
Let us move the barricade.
Always more to learn.
We cannot let them take
Not sure how I'm getting like 0 registration on the Ana. Like, every single one of these doesn't seem to hit at all. And there's finally the sniper headshot. Why does it look like she just shot my missile out of the air?
The skies away.
What?
Taking the robot. Up and away.
Is that the Widow? No. The Genji.
Time to go on a rampage.
We need to catch up.
Excellent teamwork.
They're moving the
The moment I look away, he looks right at me. It's like he knows what I'm doing. Huh.
Okay, my head's in the game.
Tough to deal with, guys. It's usually a sign of someone using a wall hack, and they use it to harass you, more or less. Not sure why we aren't getting any regs. Like, some of these feel like they're spot on. They aren't doing damage.
Much better.
Okay.
I see you.
Okay.
Stop them.
The worst time, as I mentioned before, guys, as far as cheating goes in this game, is Friday nights and Saturday nights, but mainly Saturday morning, of all times.
Be advised.
For me.
They're pushing the barricade.
And the Mercy's dead too, so they can't res, so.
I was dishing it out for a minute there. Aerial positioning underway. You weren't watching the skies. The robot is with us now. Let's get pushing.
Now they're staggered completely.
I am taking off. Barricade is pushing forward. Dispersing.
Can't hit direct shots on the server for the life of me, guys.
The skies away.
Why is the enemy more angry about me being Pharaoh than my teammates? You can suck my dick, dude. Why is the enemy team complaining about me being on Pharaoh? Like I'm supposed to care about them. Dumb shit.
Hello, bro. Come with us.
Excellent teamwork.
But
Pushing the barricade.
This is just gonna get me focused more, by the way. I mentioned this before. If you taunt people that are sus as fuck, it just usually leads to them being more sus, by the way. Not sure what that's doing there. So, think the McCree is cheating, and also the Anna, maybe. Possibly the Widow. The Widow misses, though, so. And once again, I'm still having problems with direct hits for some reason. Direct hits are 9% right now. Like, my shots are delayed for some reason. Sometimes you get servers that are just like fucking shit. Oh, yeah? Did she have wall hacks on? Oh. Good for her.
Making another approach. Aerial positioning underway.
Our enemy craves another defeat.
Enemy over here.
Yeah.
They've taken the robot. Repulsion. 2 minutes.
But I mentioned this before, guys. People that are cheating will oftentimes, like... I mentioned this before. Pharah is 100% the origin story of the majority of cheaters in this game. Like, they just have, like, comp PTSD where they couldn't kill Pharah as hit scan, and they made it their God-given duty to fucking kill. That's why this guy's complaining about me being Pharah. So I'm supposed to be switching off by now.
We're going to lose the lead soon.
Yeah.
Stop their barricade.
I mean, I would if I could. Gonna try and... Yep. Knew that was coming. Bunch of dumb shit. Like, he's that hard up. He's that fucking hard up, guys. Did I get him? Mark him. Hopefully Orisa kills him. Yeah. So he just tried to kill me once again. He is literally just suiciding to kill me.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
30 seconds remaining.
Sniper detected. Threat level.
Meet your fate.
Positioning underway.
Meet your strike.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh my god.
Getting up.
Overtime.
Stop them and seize victory.
And the tank's gone.
Last chance. Protect the route.
There we go.
Much better.
Let us move with certainty.
Forward swarm active.
TS1, move this barricade.
Enemy over here. Enemy here. Heat check confirmed.
Victory. Play of the game.
You're such a weirdo. This is like fucking... This is like... This is like playing Dead by Daylight, where you get the enemy team that tries to tell you to do stuff to help them win. Like, holy fuck. But putting that aside, putting aside the fact that he's trying to project the fact that he is my teammate and I should switch off the character because he's telling me to. When he's not even on my team. No one on my team complained about me playing Pharah. No one on my team. I've seen the majority of people that complain about me playing Pharah, guys, are on the enemy team. I'm not even joking about this. I'd say it's 9 times out of 10, when I get someone that mentions I'm still playing Pharah, it is the enemy team. It is not my teammates, and it's fucking weird. That's weird. You're talking about someone being a weirdo. That's weird, is when you're on the enemy team and you tell the other person to switch characters like you're their teammate. He's not on my fucking team. He's not my teammate. It'd have meaning if they were on my team. And then I'd point out the fact that basically I had the most damage on the team and I also had the most limbs on the team because I was doing work. Regardless of how many deaths I have, while I was alive, I was still putting in work, and that's what really matters. It doesn't matter how many deaths you have. That's something that's perpetuated by big streamers. What does matter if you have deaths is if you're the tank, though, because if you're dead, you project no offensive pressure and basically reset things. Tank really matters if he's dead. DPS, it's just waiting for me to get back, because what matters is how much I do while I'm alive in the team fight, and that's what was happening. And Pharah will oftentimes die more than anyone else on the team, because you can get back to the team fight by the time that you, when you respawn, you have time to get back to the team fight before everyone's dead. With most characters, because they have no movement abilities, you can't get back to the team fight in time to help reinforce. You can't do that anymore in Overwatch 2. That's a big thing in Overwatch 1. Overwatch 2, basically, especially on push, when you lose the team fight, you basically have to wait for a reset. And that's just the way it is. And you'll die basically sequentially with the rest of your team. The death stat has almost no meaning in any way, shape, or form. Because what matters is what you do while you're alive. And that's generally put aside the fact that Overwatch 1 didn't have stats for the most part. Deaths really doesn't mean anything at all, because your deaths will almost always align with the rest of your team. And if they don't, that either means you ran away earlier than you should have, or you have a way of getting back to the fight before it's over. That's the only way that your deaths generally will not align, unless you're just being a dumbass, just wandering around the map doing stupid shit, where you don't actually go to the objective. Your deaths will almost always align with your team fights, because that's how the game's played. The death stat itself is very, very binary. Although it's not binary because it can go over and under. If it's under, if you have a lot less deaths than the rest of your team, that probably means that you are not dying because you're either running away or you're just incredibly good at surviving through team fights in time for your teammates to come back and support you. And most of the time, it's just people running away. It's almost always people that are running away that'll have less deaths. They're just really good at running. And that's not necessarily a good thing when you run away prematurely just to escape and so your death counter doesn't go up. So, deaths in this game, guys, it's just like Dead by Daylight, where you have big streamers that don't always necessarily know what the fuck they're doing, and they perpetuate kind of their idiocy to the rest of the community because a lot of people watch them. Just because you'll have a bunch of people watching you doesn't mean you know what you're talking about. You could be incredibly good at playing the game. That doesn't mean you necessarily know the inner workings and you know strategy. It just means maybe you're just really good at playing Soldier, right, and shooting faces. You're really good at playing Widow and shooting faces. That doesn't mean you're necessarily good at positioning or know the underpinnings of why stuff works the way that it does in the game. I know that's kind of a weird thing to say. Speaking of being a weirdo, that's a weird thing to say, but 100% true. In this game, for instance, like the big streamers don't even talk about tank busters because they don't really have a concept of tank busting, even though it's a big thing. Killing a tank is a huge deal, and they never really mention it at all. And there's some characters that are really good at tank busting, even if they aren't super amazing DPS all the time. You know, you have a general category, you can split them off into categories where DPS are good at certain things, and that's also really, really good idea, like a tank buster such as Bastion, Reaper, Symmetra, Sombra, but not necessarily in the traditional way, rather that she can hack the tank and stop them from doing things that save their lives, which is basically a tank buster. Sombra, am I forgetting one here? Pharah, only with her ult, though. Pharah can be a tank buster, but with her ult. I guess you're really fucking good at Widow. Widow's also a tank buster. Because she just clicks their head twice and they die. But yeah, like there's certain characters that are just incredibly good at killing tanks. And that's actually really important to your team, is being able to kill a tank so you can push them back and reset a push. Big streamers don't talk about it. Even though they talk about macro all the time, they generally don't talk about that. They don't talk about the strategy behind certain elements of the game, the micro. Good for them. Yeah. Also, I'm pretty sure that McCree is cheating. That's why he's getting bent out of the shape. Like I said, anyways, going back to what I was talking about earlier with McCree's, just getting, like, having this... Or not McCree's, just cheaters. Farrah being the origin story of cheaters. It definitely fucking feels that way sometimes. And that guy, like, started cheating just to kill Farrah's and realized he's not effectively doing it, and then he's getting flipping out. Because not only was he cheating, but he also couldn't, you know, he couldn't kill me well. I did have, like, 3 more deaths than the next lowest person, I think, which was 7. And I had 10. And it didn't matter, because I was still doing the most of the team. And his comeback, by the way, to him being proven wrong was, "You're weird." His comeback was, "You're weird." Oh, buddy.
Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Good for him. This is Goo 4, and for some reason our ping is higher than normal. Yes, it is.
Strike from above. You're still hiding. When are you coming back?
Goggle server is fine.
I'm trying, Felicia. Please be patient with me.
I've been patient for years. What's a little while longer?
I guess no one has their ping on. Cool. That's helpful.
Moira by your side. Hello.
Over there.
I'd rather not, thank you. There's like three bursts just went into my brain and took 2/3 of my health. Like all 3 of them went into my brain, which I didn't even think was possible because it's bigger than my head. Good. Thanks, Hit Reg. I appreciate it. You killed your Mercy. Good.
The barricade is making progress. Hello.
How's it going?
Yeah?
Hey, nice and steady, everyone. We just took the lead.
God. I swear to God sometimes, guys. I really could use a heal.
I don't stay down.
Hello. Hey there.
Why do I still have a 52 on this ping, guys?
Hello there. They got us outnumbered. Keep that in mind. How's it going?
We must stop the enemy from advancing.
Repulsion.
Usually asked for my
Excellent teamwork.
catching up.
And Hanzo. Although the little globbers would have killed me anyways.
Increasing altitude.
Thanks.
stopped their
Okay.
efforts.
Anyone notice we took our lead? Let's pick it up.
Justice reigns from above.
That was probably a waste because we had more than enough people here to win the team fight. But sometimes when you don't do that, like let's say the Hanzo is an ult, you don't do that, it fucks your team, so.
Taking off.
Enemy spotted.
Come on, just a little more.
TS1, move this direction.
Taking the lead.
Adaptive circuit engaged.
Enemy here.
Bye. Thought I had teammates there, guys.
Immortality field deployed.
All systems nominal.
Turn VRB on here.
Up and away.
Okay. My missiles feel super delayed.
We're about to lose the lead.
Can't point myself out. Too bad you can't point out who you're actually looking at like you could if you're on voice comms. That'd be too OP, right, Blizzard? Gotta make sure you remove that from your ping system. That'd be very OP. Instead, people can just use voice comms and do the same thing.
We can't let them take the lead.
Kind of weird, like implying like artificial restriction on a system that's supposed to supplement another system because people aren't using it.
They have surpassed us.
Shake it off.
How's it going?
On the move.
I think my Chicago ping's fine too, so maybe it's just my maybe it's my IP I have right now. It's just fucking with things. It's kind of weird.
There's one. Hello.
Positioning underway.
We're almost past them.
Viable progress. Moving ahead.
Jump in. Okay. I didn't even need to use my ult. Alright. I didn't actually expect him to do that. Thank you.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Scaling up.
Mm-hmm.
Returning to battle.
They have taken our Overwatch.
Surrender to my will.
Establishing aerial position. Positioning.
Alright. Everyone went and died, guys. And then we had 2 healers healing my target, which means you're not going to win that unless you're insanely good.
All systems nominal.
1 healer healing themselves sometimes doesn't mean you're going to win if they're good. That. Double ulted? Okay. Haha.
The skies await.
There's one.
Up and away.
Spotted an enemy. Step right up.
Gaining altitude. Fixating on target.
Okay, my head's in the game.
Hello.
Repositioning.
Mr. Ford spawn. Which actually, if I respawn just now, I will be further ahead of where I am right now. Too bad you can't pick.
Enemy spotted.
Repositioning underway.
Enemy spotted.
Take caution.
Taking flight.
Barricade on the move.
Adaptive circuits engaged.
Okay. Need to E, did an E.
All systems nominal.
Very delayed shots for some reason right now, guys.
On the move.
Mentioned that already. There we go. Good.
Don't lose focus. Stay with the robot.
It's their last push. We've got them dead to rights.
Mm-hmm. Good, good, good.
I don't want to talk about it.
Killing a tank's a big deal, guys. Good stuff. And they had a heal bot too. Mercy heal bot all game. I'll let you all do that too. Good stuff. For some reason, our Goo4 server, the DC server, has 10 extra MS on it, and I'm not exactly sure why. Very weird. Ah, backfill.
Strike from above.
Play just started. Looks like table blocked my E. Is there a fucking healer? How the fuck is he at full health? There we go. I don't imagine Bridget does that much healing. It'll be actually kind of curious if she did some sort of healing which increases based on the distance you are to the target. Is this Goo4 turn? No, this is Ord 1. Why do I have an extra 10 MS to Ord 1? Thank you for standing there, Bridge. She was overestimating her shield. And if she was smart, she should have actually just walked up in front of me. There's a lot of tanks that don't realize one of the shittiest things to deal with as Pharah when you're queuing is having them just walk into your face, and you'll just kill yourself with the HP difference. Yeah. Or Junkrat sitting back here. Oh my god. What? He went into the room. I know he went in there, Mercy.
A most impressive display.
Okay. That's actually pretty difficult to do, by the way. Got the ball, but didn't get the Bastion. We're gonna get rolled. He misses aimbot grenade. Holy fuck! How is it even possible? Yes. Bastion.
Always more to learn. En route.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Felt on. Didn't hit though.
I don't stay down. Repositioning.
Payload is idle. Push it forward.
Justice reigns from above. Heroes never die.
Do it, Mercy.
The payload has been secured. Aerial positioning underway.
Incoming.
Oh. And there's an Echo that just landed every single globber on me. Is that the McCree? No, that's Bastion. Good.
Okay, my head's in the game.
The payload sets out on its course.
On the move.
Okay.
Taking to the air.
Uh-oh. I didn't even notice him walk up. Mm-hmm.
Are we moving the payload or what? En route. Increasing altitude.
Our Mercy's toxic.
Excellent teamwork. The payload has been secured. I don't think so. Stand. And away. Sorry, moving the payload.
Fucking Mercy's toxic. Dog shit players. Yeah. And look, guys, it's me.
Justice reigns from above.
Good. No, I'm BDE. BDE mean? Big dick energy. Okay.
Now arriving at Lijiang.
Basically a compensation metric for people that don't have big dick energy, by the way. You ever hear someone mention that they have that? That's usually them compensating, like having a big truck or something along those lines. Yeah. Just compensating. Good, good, good. Good, 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 good. Happy Friday, guys. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening.
Strike from above. If you ever need help, just fly to me, Angela.
My hero. You're like a knight in flying armor.
38 MS again.
I'm going for. Thanks for the assist.
1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Yeah, from last game, no.
Enemy.
Zarya, right? What? Aw. I just thought about most Pharaohs will have like a pissing contest at you at the beginning of the game. They try to have a pissing contest at you, even though Pharaoh's not a good counter to Pharaoh. If you're remotely competent at dodging, they'll still try to have pissing contests with you. Like right now? Yep.
Try to land on your feet.
Increasing altitude.
No. Wrong angle. Aimbot grenade.
I've got you covered.
Pharaoh's usually not a big deal unless they get right in your face in terms of hitting missiles as another Pharaoh. Gonna get him just like the death march in here. Goomba marching to you at the point. Did we get him? Yep.
Forgot your parachute?
Gonna try shooting at me. Yep. Probably gonna come window. Not. Good.
All systems nominal. Taking to the air.
My servants never die. Justice reigns from above.
Oh my god. Once again, that's generally why you don't even use it on.
I don't think so.
Yep. Trying to stay away from the Zarya, trying to fuck with me constantly. Good. Oh.
Coming off the bench.
Both the Pharah's trying to shoot me and the Zarya's trying to shoot me. You get him? Maybe. Nope. Just barely. Anna shooting at me. Oh, look. 4 of the 5 players on the enemy team are now shooting at me. Good. Okay. Very delayed rockets again. Like, where I'm aiming, guys, this doesn't feel like 10 MS. Where I'm aiming and where my rockets are coming out feel very, very different. Ah.
They outnumber us. Keep it tight. Repositioning.
Best round lost.
Comparatively, where their shooting seems to be very, very accurate.
Score 0-1.
You are not prepared to see Wrecking Ball in action. Type sequence completed.
This is such a misuse of my technology.
Hello world. Life.
5, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
It's time to focus.
So we flew at the same area, guys, and how the fuck is this guy staying in the air much longer than me? Like, this is something I'm not really understanding here either. He also hovers longer. What the fuck's going on here?
Thanks for the assist.
And the aimbot McCree is not helping things. Good. Fucking Christ. Like, nowhere close. Nowhere fucking close to where I'm shooting.
Establishing aerial position.
Like, I'm already out of jets. How the fuck does that guy still have time in the air?
Mind the gap.
No.
I will not waste this opportunity.
I don't think that's generally like, you generally can't cheat at your abilities, so. Like, look how fucking far away my shots are from where I'm. This isn't like 10 ms either. That's fucking ridiculous. No, she's in turbo mode. No. Almost got the mercy. There's the me too.
I don't stay down.
What I'm really curious about is how the Pharah is staying in the air longer than me. Thought we didn't have a tank for a second there. I'm just playing hamster. Maybe I need to flick more? This is not even close to where I'm aiming. And it's not like 40 ms. It feels like maybe like 70, I'd say. This feels like I'm playing on like West Coast right now. Good evening, Frost. Very, very fucking weird. And obviously it makes direct hits very difficult to do. Like, not even fucking close. I'm really fucking curious how, like, that guy's staying in the air, like, 20% longer than me. I've mentioned before how Pharah can't hover in the air indefinitely, but he can. Very, very fucking weird. Well, yeah, this, you're missing, you just got here, you're missing all the shots where I'm actually missing just constantly. Like, I've been trying to shoot the Pharah, and it is very difficult. I don't really understand what's going on here. And then he stays in the air basically indefinitely till his shift comes up, which I also don't understand. And then his jets recharge by the time he goes back to shift, which isn't something you can do. You basically land on the ground and you have to fucking like walk around on the ground for 2 seconds for your jets to recharge, to get full recharge energy. Bet that's the Pharah. Actually, it's not. Missed. That's aimbot McCree. Not. Where I'm firing, guys, and where my missiles are coming out, very, very different. And his look exactly like where... If he flicks and then fires, it comes out where he flicks to. And with me, it's not that way. And I'm starting to think it's maybe my router? I really don't know. Same thing with, like, flying forever. And she's getting babied by the tank, as well as the healers. We have a Mercy. A mine, apparently.
Making another approach. En route.
No idea why you do that. Something's off. I mentioned this before. Something's fucked up with my system, and I don't know what it is. Like, did you see where I had to flick to hit her directly? Not even close. I flicked down, like, a yard, 2 yards? Like 10 feet. I flicked down like 10 feet, that'd be like 3 yards. I flicked down 10 feet to shoot her in the face. Why? Why is that a thing? How is that a thing? What the fuck does that mean? Get her? Find out. If she's just like min-maxing the shit out of her gen, she should, if she's doing it too much, she won't be able to land. Good. We're gonna do some Googling after this. I don't know. Nope, she didn't have jets. Good. And pretty sure the fair is cheating, but I don't know. We're gonna do some Googling at the end of this. That's this guy. Not progressive. Like, that guy could literally hover forever. That's very, very weird. Okay. We're gonna Google here real quick, because maybe I'm wrong about this? Maybe I'm wrong about this. This is fucking weird. And as mentioned before, like, my shots, this is still something that bugs the shit out of me. It seems like my shots, when I push the button to when the rocket comes out, is very different than some of the other players that I'm seeing playing projectile heroes. Sarah can hover indefinitely when paired with jump jet. I've played an absolute boatload of Farah guys, and I still end up having to land. Yeah, I'm literally just about ready to just plop down $500 on the best router you can buy for consumers. It's hovering in the air indefinitely with Farah no longer a thing. Yes, after I came back from Overwatch, I could do it in Overwatch 1. In Overwatch 2, you can't. You can stay in the air for a long time depending on the map use structures. I'm not talking about structures. Structures are excluded from this conversation. Shoot your concussion missile at a wall right next to you, you will get horizontal mobility as well as a little extra vertical. Yes. You gain a little altitude. You do. That is definitely not what we saw with the player we just played against. You're correct. The booster plus jetpack alone can no longer keep Farah in the air indefinitely. Yeah, but we saw the other Farah just do that. So they had to, that's why I reported them, so we can go into a discussion here, just so they're flagged. First place. You don't regain fuel when sliding on roofs. I know that. That's why I don't slide on roofs usually. Unless you want to make up time to use your shift. Yeah, I'm definitely thinking the Pharaoh was cheating. Not mainly because of their aim, but because of the jump jets. Maybe macroed or something? But we saw her fly to the right there. At one point when she was going around the edge of the map, she flew to the right. She used her shift and then flew back up, obviously out of jets, used her shift to fly back up, and then still had enough jets to get over to the platform inside. She should have been out of jets because you get like half your jets back when you fly up. If you don't land, you get maybe half or a third of your jets back or maybe not a third, a little bit more than a third of your jets back by the time that you fly up to like your maximum height or where you get to with your shift. Yeah, everything I'm seeing here is agreeing with me. You can't fly indefinitely. This is outdated. Outdated information. She used to be able to. She doesn't anymore. Pretty sure that's someone that's cheating. Maybe using a macro to like min-max the fuck out of her jets. I would believe that. Hover jets. Increased from 35 to 43 on March 2021. So this is 2 years old. I think this is older than March 2021. October 5th, 2020. So she got a jet increase. So maybe this is an old post, and she can hover in forever. Maybe the guy didn't read the... Apparently, it just didn't reach the patch notes. 2020. So she got a buff in March of 20... By the way, this is why patch notes are very, very important to know when stuff happens so you can compare it to the dates on the posts you're reading. Flying definitely 2017. And it wasn't like she was just sitting in place trying to hover. She was also, going back and forth in the air, which requires a certain cadence to using your jets, which I also do. And I mean, it's very demoralizing, by the way. You're putting aside, and she was higher than me too. Like, we both went up in the air to the center at the beginning of the round, and she jetted up higher than me, which means she was using more jets to gain even more altitude. She used jets to go up even higher when I had to go down to land to refuel. So she was still going up while I was going down, and she appeared basically at the same time, which means she was using the same amount of jets to get over the wall as well. So, she was using more jets while I had to conserve jets and land to refuel while she was going up, which means she was burning more jets at the beginning of was it the last round? Beginning of the last round. She was using more jets to go up while I had to land to get energy back. So it had to have been cheats. It's the only way that it could, either that or I'm doing something fundamentally wrong. She was cheating. Just purely based off of her jets, which I didn't even think that was a possibility. Like movement, move speed cheats aren't really a thing. Like, people just don't move faster in Overwatch 2. I mentioned before, some people feel like they have reduced hit reg on them, and especially soldiers that just jump around and shit. Some people, like, AoEs will not hit them properly. This is the first time I've seen a cheating Pharah as far as her jets go, by the way. This is why we're talking about this right now. Because I've played against a couple Pharahs that are really good, but putting that aside, I've played against Pharahs that are really good, but they always have same jet mechanics that I do. We basically have to land, if we go up in the air at the same time, we basically have to land on the ground at the same time because you burn the same amount of fuel. You know, maybe plus or minus maybe a couple of percents or whatever, people that are min-maxing perfectly. You're going to have to land almost exactly at the same moment. And she didn't. She went up when I went down, even though we basically went up into the air at the same time. And that means something's wrong. And then she was gaining even more altitude. She gained even more altitude partway through that. So she went up and like went over here. So we went up and went like this. And then she went up further to gain even more altitude, which is very advantageous, by the way, if you're playing Pharah, to get even more altitude to get a good angle. When I was leveling off and then I had to go down, and then she was still fucking up here. So I'm very certain she was cheating. This is the first time I've actually seen a Pharah with jets where they're cheating on their jets. But she 100% did not have the same airplane mechanics that I did. Especially, it was not just that, but then later on when she was going around the side of the building, and she didn't need to land. That's why I booped the McCree off. But she was min-max. If she min-maxed her jets that much, where she's trying to squeak every last bit of their jets out, by the time she was going over she should have been out of jets to land. So I fired a concussive missile over here. I can show you guys. I fired a concussive missile over there trying to hit her off because she should have. I booped the McCree off. She should have been pushed off the edge, not the McCree. I mean, I could have misplaced the missile, which is entirely possible. But she should have been very close to landing if she was legit, and she didn't seem like macroed or something. That was the case at all. We saw her fly to the check this out. MS either. That's fucking pretty MS. Can't hover in the. Well, yeah. No, it's second to less is this point. Not even fucking close. By the way, this is one of the reasons I play Pharah so much is because this feels like something's fucked up here. Ridiculous. You can't cheat it. Like, I'm right here. Christ. Like, nowhere close. So she just goes up. Nowhere fucking She's still flying? She's flying. She's gonna run out of jets, and then she has to shift up, right? She's over there, way over there, too. She goes up for jets. We shouldn't have given her full jets back. She's still flying. She's not even going to the edge for a refuel. Like, I'm out of fuel. Look at this. I'm out of fuel now. I'm already out of And she went over. This guy's 100% cheating. I'm pretty sure at this point. Either there's something absolutely broken with my game or my connection or my computer. Like, check this out. So, I just flew up. He flew up at the same time, by the way. When you refuel in air using your shift, you do not get the same amount of jets back. Like I mentioned before, you basically only get about maybe half your fuel. If you don't land on the ground for 2 seconds, you get maybe half your fuel back. He's still flying. I have to go back at this point because I'm out of jets. And I throw a concussive missile right here. There's a McCree, by the way. Like, I'm already out of jets. How the fuck does that guy still have time in the air? And we got the McCree. But we didn't get the Pharah. There's no way that guy's legit. There's absolutely... This is the first time I've seen a cheating Pharah, by the way. Cheating jets on a Pharah. Excuse me, not with the leg. Nowhere close. But she jets up the first time, and as I mentioned, that's definitely refuel, so she didn't land. That wasn't just like straight off the ground on the corner here. She goes up right now. She just went up in the air. Oh, there she goes up in the air. Nowhere close. Nowhere fucking close to where I'm shooting. She's still up in there. You can see the mercies on her, right? She didn't land at all. Then she does a midair. I went there because I thought she was going to land on site because she has to for her jets, right? She had to land for her jets if she wanted to go back. She's still in the air. And then she midair refuels here, which does not give you the full bar back, by the way. We go up at the same time. She should have even less jets than me now. So she should be falling out of the air right now. She's not. She's still flying. Like, I'm already out of jets. How the fuck does that guy still have time in the air? It has to be a cheat. That's the only thing. The guy has to be cheating. That's the only thing I can surmise there, guys. Like, that's crazy. And as mentioned, this is the first time I've actually seen someone with like a movement speed cheat in the game. It's not technically a movement speed cheat, it's like a gauge. So it's an energy thing. Like, let's get into game here. Let's go into practice. And as I mentioned, it's not just that, it was also earlier in the match where he went up and then was up in the air longer, and then he went up even further, which burns a shitload of your energy if you're going up rather than hovering. Went up even further to gain height on me. Let's see, is it half when you go down? Hey, KSA. Check this out. So, we're at full gauge, assuming you full regen, right? So you get some time in the air before you have to come down here, which we will, and we're min-maxing it to get our, see my shifts coming up, right? So you went down even further. You got maybe 2/3 of a gauge up. But if you want that full gauge, you basically have to land to go back up again. It's about half, unless you spend more time on the ground. And he didn't have any ground, right? He was in the air the entire time. And then eventually you have to land for a full refuel. I'm very certain there's like no way that he did what he did without cheating. Yeah, it's like maybe half your fuel gauge comes back after you do a mid-air refuel.
Increasing altitude.
I could have just done that too. Not even touching the ground, so there's no... Hey, let's reset this. Okay. Hovering. I should have started that with the liftoff too. I didn't do that. Start with the liftoff. Hovering. Only about half your gauge. And then there's no second one either, or third one, excuse me. Then you go down, and you slowly dwindle to the ground. Well, it was the jets. It wasn't particularly, well, he's cheating with aim too, but it wasn't, the big thing is the fact that his jets didn't look like they were working the same way as my jets, which is the first time we've seen cheating pharaohs before, but I've never seen anyone that burned, like, less fuel than me. You always go down at the same, within reason, always go down at the same point. You go up at the same point. And this is where you have to hover on the side there. And then you have to start making your way towards the land, or you're going to land. That's why I went to boop him on the edge.
Taking to the air.
Because you only get so much extra energy out of a mid-air refuel. Go back up to the same height where it levels off to maximize your flight time. Yeah, now I'm dead, basically. Although you can slide here because of the rocks.
Aerial positioning underway.
Sounds like traffic. And if he wanted to go higher, which is what he did, by the way, he went down, and then he went up even higher, which means he burned jets on the way up, would use even more fuel when he went up from the below. So if you just go down and you go up, like, look at my height. It's not that much of a difference, right? I'm actually lower than I was before, unless I burned jets on the way up. I'm lower than I was. Like, the whole reason I'm doing this is in case I miss something. It would be, I'm close to 1,000 hours on Farah, guys. I have close to 1,000 hours on playing Farah, and his jets were not legit.
Up and away.
Unless I just missed something fundamentally about the character, like Guardian Angel for Farah or something. Super jump for Farah. And if you're conserving fuel too on the way down, like I'm doing right now, I'm still losing altitude, right? To make my fuel last even longer, you're going to lose altitude. He was going at level, went down, and then went up back to the original level he was at, which was much higher than where he dropped to.
Increasing altitude. Blasted. Where's your jetpack?
God, my shots feel delayed. Holy fuck, look at this shit. Oh, I have 161 ms ping. Okay, Blizzard, why are you putting me on this training server? Let's try this again.
Strike from above. Up and away. Float like a jellyfish. Sting like a jellyfish.
My shots felt delayed too when I was firing them. This is 35 ms. And that server, I think, was it a 50 ms server? I think it was a 35. Yeah, that wasn't, something didn't feel right there, guys. Something was going on. So putting aside the guy's aim, which was always spot on, his jets weren't. There was something fucked up about his jets, which I didn't think that was even possible. I didn't think this game has movement cheats in it, because that's usually pretty low-hanging fruit. When you see the regeneration rate isn't quite accurate for Farah. But there's all sorts of fucking clever ways of cheating, so... Like we're just talking about with, with EFT, where they move the hitbox on the characters to basically give them God mode. You know, clever shit like that, where it's not exactly the same thing as you just regenerating faster, as something as you just using less jets. Well, it shouldn't matter. The ping shouldn't matter at all. Oh, okay, you weren't even talking. Yeah. Sometimes, I guess it may have something to do with them having a fixed number of servers, and practice range being one of these things where a lot of people generally don't end up in it, so they don't bring up new servers when there aren't any available. So then they just put you on whatever's available because it doesn't really matter. Yeah. Sometimes it puts me on something in UK. Or EU, excuse me. You can even hear my shots feel delayed. Like, look at this. Yeah, I have to lead them pretty far. Like, look where I have to shoot the characters, hit them direct. I mentioned that earlier tonight, the first game we're playing.
Aerial positioning underway.
I think there's just something fundamentally wrong with my network, guys. Something's broken somewhere. It's not showing up in my ping either.
The gap.
Ping's not bad. 10 ms, like when I was playing on the Goo 4, 10 ms shouldn't make up a difference, that big of a difference. Pt.1. This is or.
Double, triple, increasing altitude. Down.
That doesn't help. Yeah, so putting aside his aim, It looks like something wasn't quite kosher there with his movement mechanics, with his jet usage, guys. Very weird. I need to take a piss. You're back. And put aside my fire delay. Very weird. Very, very weird. First time. I'd say that guy had maybe 15 to 20% more jets than me. Just rough guesstimate. Maybe 10 to 15% more jets than me. Rough guesstimate of what's going on there. That was very weird. Oh, guys. That's rough. It's one thing, you know, if you're just like the missiles are spot on. It's another if they have different jet usage than you do. Yeah.
Welcome to Blizzard World.
I could have rebuilt you without all that money.
And let me a monster, like other creations.
I mean, he is a monster.
As a matter of
Oh! You are a monster, Genji. What part of you is still human at this point?
I'm thinking on how best to utilize you.
In the coming battle, you mean?
Perhaps.
Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
I see an enemy. Dispersing.
Okay. Really hungry for that, too.
Shake it off.
Okay.
Taking off.
Can't walk through there? Cool. Even like when I went over the edge compared to like when his ability hit me, very delayed. Fucking happening again. I just realized I have a 60 ms ping here, guys. What the fuck's going on? Goof 4? What is Goof 4? Now I have a 60 ms ping. What?
Making another approach.
Like, there's literally just fucking... Don't know why I'm sitting on that.
I don't want to talk about it. Increasing altitude.
I want your pop shot. That's unfortunate.
A taste of poison.
One-shot meta isn't fun, true story. But that's because the healers are so strong. If they took that away, it's like what makes the majority of the difference at high MMR. Because really good healers are insanely OP. Pretty sure we've reported this guy for cheating before. The Widow, that is, not the McCree.
60 seconds remaining.
Although it looks like both are, so... Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I don't stay down.
Good?
Seconds remaining.
Time is of the essence. Make haste.
Fucking...
G'day.
10 seconds remaining.
Time is of the essence.
That's a silver McCree. That's 100% a cheater. Fuck that is. This is a cheat lobby. I'm gold. Yeah, these guys are 100% cheating. Alrighty. The fucking Silver McCree. I was looking at season 36 or 34. This guy 100% bought an account. This is 100% a bot account. That's gold, right? This is totally a bot account. One out of 10 hits is a critical. That's now what's happening. Well, actually, maybe that was pretty close. Oh. As I mentioned before, guys, the worst nights for cheating in this game are Friday night, Saturday night, and especially Saturday morning. Particularly because of the kids, from what it seems. Silver, by the way. Silver in season 34. Don't worry. Playing none of the heroes he's currently playing. Yep. Guess an old player just decided to take up the gauntlet of Soldier and McCree, so.
Strike from above. Increasing altitude.
Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill.
Multiple hits confirmed. Justice served.
Double kill.
Here we're gonna try one more game here, guys, and I'm gonna try switching something up. I'm pretty sure that my problem that I'm having is not actually, it's no longer on my computer. It's something to do with my network, with the delayed shots. But I have decent ping. Like, my ping doesn't fluctuate a lot, doesn't change a lot.
Welcome to Rialto.
How the fuck did we get into the match with the cheating sniper? Fuck off. I literally sat there for like, what, 5 or 6 minutes? Yeah. You can fuck off, dude.
Strike from above. Up and away. When I'm hitting my shots, you can't touch me.
Like, this feels pretty good as far as delay goes.
Traveling to New Queen Street.
And then we get into live matches and it doesn't feel that way anymore.
Je sens que je vais bien m'amuser.
Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
On the move.
Good.
Taking off. Over there. I will not waste this opportunity.
Good mercy. Holy fuck. Super fucking delayed. Like I hit there and then he just like barely moved. Bong. Took like no damage. She just stood in the middle of that, by the way. Watch this. Yeah, she took 100 damage from my missiles, and my missiles do a gajillion damage. What? What the fuck, guys? What? What? Like I said, some people take reduced damage for some reason. I have no idea why. I don't know if it's intentional by Blizzard with something like skill-based, not skill-based matchmaking, dynamic difficulty adjustment, which basically gives people a more powerful edge if they're doing bad, so they buy more of the fucking shit from the store. What? An aimbot here in a second. There it goes. Oh my god! The Mercy just bullied one of our healers. Good.
Always more to learn.
Oh my god, Mercy. She didn't even get behind the car. Still hit that. While flipping over his head. Bad angle compared to earlier. Literally just fucking shooting through her, guys. Don't worry. Perfectly normal. Air soldier is incredibly accurate. Do we have any healers left? I don't know. Was that Kiriko behind us throwing kafufus at the enemy team instead of healing me?
I don't stay down.
Let's see. Whatever little pieces of paper are called. And Hanzo does not miss at all. As he misses. Oh, that sucks. Right when I went up.
Returning to battle. Increasing altitude.
I know he's trying to get a shot on me. Oh, there we go.
Aerial positioning underway. I will not waste this opportunity.
Too far away. He jumped back and then actually hurt things.
I don't want to talk about it. What's that? Taking off. I am power.
Uh-oh. Oh my god, Mercy. That sucks. Oh! Yeah.
Come on, we're shredded.
The barricade's moving!
Repositioning.
Stop them!
Stop the robot. The robot has been secured.
Yep. Dude, Mercies will sometimes go hard on rezzing. Like, they give no shits. Like, they feel like they're lost in the world if they don't res their target, that they just... That's why you camp their body, by the way. If you see someone getting pocketed, camp their body, and the Mercy will almost always come back. You gonna drop it on me? Where the fuck's our team? I hovered when I shouldn't have. The ports are vicious. It's like watching puppies try to kill each other. It's crazy.
Making another approach. Taking to the air. I don't think so.
I could really use some healing. I'm dead. Not sure where my team was. I'm pretty sure they're all there. Don't know what they did. Reset.
Enemies starting to move their barricade.
Lasted too long. They arrest him so that she dies and then they die too. Yeah. Uh-huh. Mine's been ready for a while too. Mercy is going for the res. Did I get her? No. Okay. Very big deal. But Mercy needs to die. But she is fucking Uber mode. So. There isn't nearly enough people, guys, that pay attention when Mercy is rezzing, and it is painfully obvious. I don't know why. You'll get some people that are incredibly good at fucking shooting shit, but they literally don't pay attention to fucking Mercy rezzing the tank. Killing a tank's a big deal. But I think that has a lot to do with big streamers not talking about the fact that killing tanks is a big deal. So I guess to them, they don't think it's a big deal. So. We're gonna just go around the side here. I don't know where the rest of our team is. Mercy's healing me. Okay, Diva did a thing, but Diva should also have been in there, so yeah.
I don't stay down. I just don't stay down. Repositioning.
There is 2 healers that are on par healing-wise, and then there's a 4,000 healing damage difference between our Mercy and their Kiriko. Good. Hee hee. I believe the correct follow-up to that is teehee. And for some strange reason, Blizzard does not make Diva say teehee, and they really should. Because I think it would it'd have a meaningful conveyance of Diva's character to the audience. Because no one actually teehees in real life. And if they do, there's something terribly wrong with what's going on. So, I'm going to do a thing here, guys. I'm going to change a setting on my router and reboot. It's going to take approximately, the stream's probably going to be down for about a minute here. And then it's going to come back up. So, stay tuned. And it's going to show the disconnect screen for about a minute. And then it should return. So, yeah. Actually, I might be able to change this. I don't know if it's even going to do anything. If I need to reboot or not. Apparently, I don't need to reboot. Huh. One second, guys. Okay, well, if I don't need to restart, that's going to make things easier here. Try this first. I'd rather not just default to buying a new router, so I'm going to try turning a couple options on and off here that might make a difference. Before I do that. I already turned QoS off, and that seemed to have helped, which it shouldn't, but it did.
Strike from above.
Thank you.
Traveling to Nepal. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Strike from above.
Power means nothing if you do not put it to use.
I like this place. It's
I
contemplative.
want a new monitor. New monitor. I want a new monitor with a reflex analyzer. So I can look at my input delay chain.
Up and away.
She's on voice comms with the rest of her team. Thank you. Kill the six-dimensional fighter known as Mercy. Jesus fucking Christ. They need to change Guardian Angel to like 4 or 5 seconds. That's insane. Every 2 seconds, guys. Every 2 seconds, she can literally just juice around the map. It's like me having my shift on a 2-second cooldown. Only it's also my shift and my E. It does both at the same time, and it can be either or depending on which like hotkey you push. I'm the flying character, by the way. I'm going in. I just shot through her. That was one missile that I had to make, guys, and it went through her model. Oh, things feel a little bit reactive right now. I'm not sure if that's true or not.
Making another approach.
Like, with Overwatch, it definitely feels like sometimes you have something good that works out, and other times you don't.
Enemy here.
You didn't have enough help to do that. Good.
Shake it off. On the move.
I'm still alive. Please heal me. Yeah. Oh. Looked like that second to last missile landed right underneath her, based on the explosion, and just didn't do damage to her for some reason. Yeah. Okay. Inside? It is not inside, for whatever reason.
Let's show him some air power. On the move.
Incoming!
Cool. Our entire fucking team just sat over there on the side while me and Doomfist were at the point. And they didn't go into the point because of a tracer. Yeah. Cool.
Making another approach.
No. No, miss. Go up.
Your hand-to-hand needs work. Best round.
All right.
One. Hello there.
Accuracy looks better, but for some strange reason, it seems like when you restart Overwatch, your first game is pretty spot on as far as performance goes, and then it just goes like that. So.
Systems online. Weapons ready.
Feels more responsive as far as aim goes. I need to try to shoot and mid-air people. Could just be a good server.
Returning to battle. Repositioning.
Why she walled us off to the point, but I just shot through her on my second to last shot. Huh? No. They have a hard-on for me for some reason. Oh. Close.
Aerial positioning underway.
Yep.
Let's show him some air power. The air.
Let them up.
Gotta love when you can't hear people, guys. Oh. No footsteps sounds. Fair makes a lot of sound when she moves around. Hear the clomps and shit like that? She makes a shitload of sound. Other flying characters like Mercy and Echo do not. Except when she's using her jets in the air, so if she lands, you don't really hear it. Oh, did I get the tank? Yeah, I did. Pretty juicy.
I don't want to talk about it. Increasing altitude.
Be on the edge? No. Notice the soldier, despite him being uber accurate, doesn't try to shoot me through the little slats. And headshot.
Shake it off. On the move.
Well. Had to try, guys. Since no one's going to start... You can't rely on your team to start overtime. Most of the times they won't. That guy looks like he's cheating. Good. We haven't been actively attempting to interact with the Echo, though, so... Just based on whenever you see his laser beam come out.
Score 1-1.
I've done things I'm not proud of. Time to start making up for it.
Now my accuracy's in the pooper again. Good. Although I spammed a lot in the last match. Good. Very confident. Almost. Got him.
Enemy turret destroyed.
No, that was mine! That was mine! That was mine! That was my idea! Good. Okay.
Was there any doubt?
The Widow here? That was the Echo, by the way. The Echo went to Torbjorn and then is now on Widow. I don't know what Mary you're doing. I tried. I really wanted to boop the Widow into the spawn. Pretty sure this guy's cheating too. I wanted to boop the Widow into the spawn little trough on the side of the ship. I don't want your hook. Not very good, but that Kiriko unfortunately ran away. I think on nothing to do with me. It just happened to run away when I showed up to go back to the point. Yeah.
We're outnumbered. Be advised.
Got me. I'll use that. Good. Not.
All systems nominal. En route.
Loud and clear. Messi.
I don't think so.
Shot through him. This is the Echo I mentioned, I think, as an aimbot. Once again, that guy just, like, the reason he was missing earlier is because he fires at all the wrong times. Basically, when I'm about to drop behind something, which means the player has basically zero, situational awareness, or, I mean, not even situation, common sense, game sense? Zero game sense, maybe? He's, like, mistiming shots. Not that they aren't accurate, it's just in behind walls whenever he's firing. That. Good.
Shake it off.
Let's take him to the wasteland.
Taking off. They outnumber us.
Oh. Trying to do it. No, not enough. Shouldn't have done it. It was a waste. I needed to be at full health when I did that, and I was at half. Yeah. If I was at full health, I could have killed him. But I wasn't. So. That's the cheating soldier. Trying to insta-get me before I show up.
Health restored.
That touch. No. The difference of me using my Q there earlier was the difference of us actually having a chance of winning that and not. So the soldier's cheating, and then also the Junkrat's cheating, but the Junkrat really just sucks dick at the game. So it was the Echo and also the Widow. That was where we should have actually waited on my ult. Okay. Let's see. Populate that.
Welcome to Jakarta.
Okay, and then Jitbird with a cheat, guys. Yeah, last reporters for battle. Fuck me. Well, fuck me. That'll happen. That'll happen. Was that for who was the which one, Craig? Was that the Junkrat or the soldier that I reported for battle tag? We have a very accurate Widow. It's killing everyone now. Jesus. People for playing. Well, don't report people if you don't think they're obviously doing something. I'm not. The amount of people that I report has nothing to do with me trying to be memeing or some stupid shit like that. I actually think they're cheating. Otherwise, if I didn't, I wouldn't report them. Like, if I say I think someone's cheating and then I don't report them, it's because at some point I actually thought that maybe they're legit. Or it wasn't enough to convince me at the end of the match. Oh. Good to try. Pretty sure their Widow here is cheating. And this means... I've memed about this before, guys. It basically, the cheating Widow on this map when you're on offense is one of the worst things in the world. Because all they have to do is, you'll just usually sit on the water tower and do exactly that, killing everyone. Why even bother? You can just have the best position in the world on the water tower. Why even bother that? Oh yeah, making jump shots now too. Them. I know you are, Mercy. Oh, spamming shots now, still hitting every single one. Good job, Widow. You should switch off Pharah because they have a Widow and it's literally killing everyone. It literally doesn't matter what you do. switching a character will not stop my team from healing over because of the Widow that's cheating, so. I mean, we had a Lucio one game that was just riding around the map, wasn't doing anything. I'm pretty sure the Soldier's also cheating, which is just making things worse. Along with the spamming Widow, so. There we go. Is there fucking Mercy killing the Widow?
Increasing altitude. Some assistance. Good to see you. It's about to get personne n'échappe à mon regard.
Oh.
No one can hide from my sight.
Good.
Making another approach. Enemy over here. Repositioning. Coming off the bench.
Cool. Alright.
Recalculating.
Pretty certain this isn't going to be a win.
Are we moving the payload or what?
30 seconds remaining.
Oh my god, is the Widow missing? No way. What the fuck was that? Holy shit.
Thank you.
Returning to battle.
Okay.
Thanks for the assist. Up and away.
So I guess someone toggled off. Because I mentioned cheats. By the way, there's another reason you don't mention cheats at all. Huh. What the fuck is that? Yeah. Oh. Good. What the fuck was this? They toggled off the end of the match after I pointed out that they're cheating and or they wanted us to get them other points so they could farm us harder. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Well, that's that's 2 reports. Fuck. And then the Reaper. Can't really see much of anything in games like that because obviously you're just gonna die. It's almost like a meme at this point is where you get the cheat lobbies on Junkertown where they just sit there on defense and just shoot you off the water tower. Them being on the water tower shoot you off of the water tower. Not shooting you off the water tower, but shooting at you off the water tower. Words coming out of my mouth, saying things. All right, let me check and change something again. Gonna restart. Probably gonna restart my stream, guys. I'll be back in maybe